Fox Sports.
We are the fourth. We are the land.
Mother's Day is always a special day because, you know, you only get one mother in the world.
She was there for me my whole life. Definitely had a lot of sacrifices.
She was always involved. She was always there growing up.
Helped me get through school, helped me through the hard times and everything else.
Supportive, hardworking, never stops.
You know, I can't thank her enough, and she knows I love her.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Thanks for taking me to all those baseball games.
Just want to say thank you, Mom, for always being there.
I just want to tell my mom I love her, tell her Happy Mother's Day.
I'm always happy to say Happy Mother's Day, Carrie Jane, and I love you.
Mother's Day as the Indians wrap up this weekend series against the Tampa Bay Rays. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Changes while we were gone yesterday. Terry Francona announcing that John Axford is now out of the closer's role. And Rick, it's not so much the hits that are hurting him, but the walks. He's already walked half as many hitters as he did all of last year.
Well, and his outing here the other night, he got the first two guys on strikeouts, then a guy reaches base, then all of a sudden the command was lost. And, you know, he's got a violent front shoulder where he can come off there and he sometimes doesn't know where it's going. But the walks do kill you when you're a closer. You've got to go out there and be aggressive, especially when you have a 4-run lead. He didn't do that. So Cody Allen comes in, he ends up getting the save, and Terry Francona is now going to go by committee, which you're going to have to do now until they can get Axford straightened out. And should someone take control of that closer's job, you never know if you'll see him again back there.
Yeah, he'll have Cody Allen, Brian Shaw, Mark Zipchinski, perhaps even Scott Atchison, all in the mix for the closer spot right now for the Indians. Josh Tomlin on the hill to start today's game for the Indians, making his second start of the season. We'll preview the pitching matchup when we come back. playing indoors as the Indians try to make it 2 out of 3 against Tampa. Well, Rick, the Indians got Josh Tomlin on the hill today. He made his first start, got his first win last time out in almost 2 years, and it's hard to pitch much better than he did.
Well, it was typical Josh Tomlin as we know him. He came out, he changed speeds. He always has very good command. He only walked one batter in his last start, but he moves the fastball around. He has the slow curveball. He will change up. He'll throw the cutters. He'll keep the batters off balance, and that's the key to pitching right there. So Josh is going to be a welcome addition to this rotation. We'll see if he can come back and do it to Tampa. He has not won in this ballpark, 0-2 in his career. He will be matched up against another Indians farmhand, both drafted in 2006, Chris Archer, who's struggling in his own right, although he's 2-1. His command of his fastball has to get a little bit sharper. He's got a very good slider, but he's been making mistakes with that.
Archer, who was third in the Rookie of the Year balloting last season, was rewarded with a long-term contract extension at the start of this campaign. Indians and the Rays coming up live from St. Petersburg, Florida, here at Tropicana Field. Can the Tribe make it 2 out of 3 before heading north to take on the Toronto Blue Jays? Find out next.
Toyota, let's go places. By Panini's, get overstuffed at Panini's Bar and Grill. And by Jeep, visit Jeep.com to learn more. Indians trying to win their third straight series with a victory here today over Tampa Bay. And on this Mother's Day, we'll check in with Katie Witham, who has more on what we may see that's a little bit different today.
Well, Matt, you are going to see accents of pink all over some of your favorite ball players here in Tampa Bay today. 8 Indians players will use pink bats in honor of their mother and their wives. Also, we've got wristbands, compression sleeves, necklaces, shoes, shoelaces, literally everything you can think of, including a pink ribbon on the left side of their jersey. Terry Francona said today, in particular, a very special day for him as his mother passed away from breast cancer. And today, when he put that pink ribbon on the left side of his shirt, he definitely was thinking of her, guys.
All right, thanks, Katie. And with that, we'll take a look at the Indians starting lineup today. It is brought to you by Progressive. Michael Bourn in the leadoff spot, followed by Lonnie Chisenhall. Michael Brantley riding a 10-game hitting streak will bat third. Then it's Carlos Santana, followed by David Murphy. There's Drupal Cabrera 6th, then it's Yan Gomes, NYJER Morgan, and Mike AVILES batting 9th.
The GMC pitcher of the day will be Chris Archer for the Tampa Bay Rays. He is off to a 2-1 start with a 4.91 ERA. He's only given up 2 home runs in his 40 and a third inning, so he's done a good job keeping the ball in the ballpark. He's a very good fastball pitcher at 95 miles per hour. His bread and butter's the slider, but it's been a little flat this year. He's given up more hits, and the right-handers have taken advantage of him. So we'll see how it works this afternoon. Let's check out the Kia defense behind him. It looks like this. JOYCE is in left, Jennings in center, Myers in right, Longoria at third, Escobar is at short, ZOBRIST at second, LONNIE is at first, Molina behind the plate.
Paul Nauert will call the balls and strikes. James Hoy at first, the crew chief Mark Wegner is at second, and John Tumpane at third. Michael Bourn steps in, Chris Archer winds. We're underway in Tampa with a pitch down low, ball 1. Bourn 1 for 5 in the series, his lone hit, a triple in the series opener. Fouled right back to even the count.
This will be the 8th start for Archer this year, his 4th at home. And he is 4-0 in his last 8 starts in this ballpark. So this is his friendly confines right here.
Fastball strike inside corner at the knees. And the 1-2 to Bourn. He's out looking. Went right back in there.
He just came right at him with a good fastball. Paints the inside corner, and there it is, right on the edge. Molina doesn't have to move the glove. So 2 straight in there. And it's strikeout number 1.
Chris Archer's had a couple of really bad starts, but other than that, he's been pretty good overall. His 3rd start of the year in Baltimore, he went 5 innings and gave up 7 runs on 12 hits.
Again, it's a divisional game and somebody that knows him.
He also had a game against Boston on the 1st of May, gave up 5 runs in just 4 2/3 innings in that ball game. He had 5 walks in that contest.
Well, Archer, a fastball guy, he averaged 95 miles an hour on his fastball last year, which is actually the hardest in the league from the right side of the plate. And it's been command he's had issues with. If he can command that fastball, and his bread and butter is his slider, it's been a little flat so far this year to right-handed hitters. That's why right-handers have been hitting the ball very well off him. There's a slider right there. You see the depth that goes down. Right-handers are hitting 364 off him this year. They hit only 173 off him last year, but there's only 2 right-handers in the lineup today.
Missed inside. Lonnie 2 for 4 in the series. And the 2-2. Tapped up the middle. The shortstop Escobar cuts it off. And there are 2 down here in the 1st. Our keys to the game are brought to you by Akron Children's Hospital. Try to get some early runs against Archer before he settles in, and for Josh Tomlin, pitch to contact. Michael Brantley with a hit in 10 straight. In the series opener, Brantley was 0 for his first 3 with a couple of strikeouts, and we noted in one at bat He chased some pitches out of the strike zone, very uncharacteristic of him. He may have been just a little antsy, over-aggressive, because a huge throng of family and friends were here to see him play, and that's kind of unusual to have that many folks in the ballpark at one time to see him, and he finally rewarded them in his 4th at bat by driving a ball out of here for his 7th home run of the season. A little bit outside, 2-1. Just as you may imagine, Chris Archer has a little extra emotion taking the mound today, facing the Indians, a team that drafted him.
Yeah.
He did face the Tribe once last year on June the 1st. That was a game in which they had played the night before. We had that almost 5 hours worth of rain.
Yeah, do you remember that one?
And the game finally ended around 3 o'clock in the morning. But in that game, Archer went 4 innings and gave up 5 runs on 7 hits against the Indians. Here's a 3-1 to Brantley in the dirt, and he's aboard with 2 down in the 1st inning. So Carlos Santana coming up here. And he has been the toughest mystery to solve for Cleveland so far this year. Just 1 hit in his last 28 at-bats.
Yeah, he has had a few slumps this year that you almost have to shake your head at.
Well, after that pitch, Jose Molina slowly heads out to talk to Archer. He got 2 quick outs and then a 5-pitch walk to Michael Brantley.
Well, you know, we talk about Mark Buehrle, for example. We're going to Toronto, and Buehrle is a guy that averages 15 seconds in between pitches. For Archer, it's 26 seconds, 26 and a half in between pitches. So he is one of the slowest workers in all of baseball for whatever reason. You don't know, but a guy, you talk about trying to get into a rhythm and you'll have a little bit more. Archer is not one of those guys. And with the guy calling the game behind the plate, he's about as slow as Archer.
Santana rifles one deep right field. That'll head to the corner. Into third base is Brantley. Sarbaugh's going to wave him home. Here comes the relay to the plate. He is out at the plate. Terry Francona out to argue. We'll see if this leads to a challenge or any kind of review. He got him. It's a good call.
Certainly looks like it.
Yeah, it's awfully close, but it did look like the tag was there before the hand got to the plate. So we've got a timeout here after the Indians come up just short of getting on the board first. Tampa Bay coming to bat when we come back. been extended, if not for a terrific relay throw and a good tag at the dish by Jose Molina. It was very close, but the replay confirmed that it was the right call. So no challenge by the Indians. Now David DeJesus will lead off for the Rays, and Josh Tomlin delivers a first pitch strike. Brantley, who's in the DH spot today, waved around by Mike Sarbaugh. And you know, you mentioned it to me during the break. With 2 outs, that's the right call as a third base coach. Make him execute a good relay throw, and took 2 good throws to get him. And hey, give them credit.
There's 2 outs, and Brantley was running all the way around. Myers made a good throw into the cutoff man. The cutoff man made a good throw to home plate, and you know what? They just got him, and it was awfully close. So you had to, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that risk right there, or that gamble.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count on David DeJesus. He's had a good series, but that's nothing new, because in the last 16 games, DeJesus has batted .391. So he has been on some kind of tear. And remember, that followed an 0 for 24 stretch. Oh, just missing for Tomlin, and the count evens at 2-2. So DeJesus has literally gone from pillar to post, as they say, one extreme all the way to the other. Now the 2-2 from Tomlin.
Yeah, but as a hitter, you try to even it out. He had 4 hits in game 1, 3 doubles in that game of the series. He hit the ball all over the ballpark, and he's always been an aggressive hitter, a good fastball hitter. And you can see he's had good numbers against Josh Tomlin.
Inside and a full count. Ben Zobrist waiting on deck. Then Matt Joyce due here in the first for Tampa. Fastball lifted in the air, but that's going to slice out of play. And the at-bat continues. From the Phantom Cam, here's a look at that play at the plate. The hand is coming in. It's almost there, but the tag applied just before he slaps it on the dish.
Good shot. But you can see how close it was. That's why it takes 2 good throws to get a guy with the average or better than average speed in a situation like that.
To center field, Michael Bourn makes the catch on the warning track for out number 1. Tampa Bay starting lineup for Joe Madden, brought to you by Toyota. Ben Zobrist coming up now, then Matt Joyce. Evan Longoria batting cleanup, then James Loney 5th in the league in batting average. Will Myers 6th, Desmond Jennings, Junel Escobar, and Jose Molina rounded out.
Josh Tomlin only his 2nd start this year, coming off a good one in Minnesota, 6 2/3. Walked 1, struck out 4, gave up the home run. And it was a very good outing. He is our GM Chic pitcher of the day for the Cleveland Indians. In his career, 1-2 against the Rays, 0-2 in this ballpark.
Ben Zobrist 3 out of 8 in the series with a double, and now he is just 1 double shy of tying B.J. Upton for the 2nd most doubles in Rays history. Change up off the plate, and the count 2-1. Bottom of the strike zone, Zobrist looks back at the umpire. Now the count evens at 2-2. having a little trouble with his breaking ball here at the outset.
Yeah, you get a feel for it. It's indoors, you know, a different environment. He'll get a feel for it. You know, they were able to spot him 4 runs last start. You know, he only faced 2 through the minimum through in the first 4 innings, and he came out and he had like a 7-pitch inning against Minnesota. So if you can get him a couple of runs early, he seems to settle in.
Payoff pitch. Chop foul. Well, Tampa Bay plays in the American League East. And they are noted for their lengthy at-bats, seeing a lot of pitches, fouling pitches off, that whole division. Zobrist goes down swinging. 2 down.
Check out the Indians D behind Tomlin today in the outfield. It's going to be Morgan gets the start in left, and Bourne is at center, Murphy in right. Chisenhall at third, Cabrera at short, Aviles at second. Santana gets the start at first with Gomes behind the plate. Sarkia defense for the Tribe.
Rick, it's almost as though the Rays have started to really emulate the Yankees and the Red Sox in the way they grind out at bats, and that shows up in how long the games take. Last night, the Indians and Rays played in just over 3 hours. It was one of their quickest games of the year. Their last 11 games have averaged 3 hours and 43 minutes.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, welcome to the American League East. Well, when you play those teams 19 times a year, and they're doing the same thing, I guess you just have a tendency to get caught up into it. That's a long time for a 9-inning baseball game. And how about ours?
Matt Joyce drives one to deep right and gone. The Rays strike first in the first on the 3rd home run of the year by Joyce.
Well, Joyce now 5 for 10 against Tomlin, and that's his 2nd home run. So he got a ball middle of the plate, gave it a ride. He has put good numbers up against him, and you can see a nice swing. So Tomlin's given up 2 runs, both of them solo home runs.
Here is Evan Longoria. Swings at a ball outside. Well, Matt Joyce, the former Tiger. Derek Shelton gives him a big pat on the chest. That's something the Rays haven't done a lot of, and it's something the Indians haven't given up a lot of.
Right. Only their 24th homer allowed.
After an inning of play in St. Petersburg, it's the Rays 1 and the Indians nothing. Ohio Honda dealers. By the Cleveland Clinic. Call today for an appointment today. And by the Northeast Ohio Ford dealers. Matt Joyce's home run has Tampa in front 1-0. Second inning. David Murphy to lead off for Cleveland. That home run hit by Matt Joyce snapped a string of 37 consecutive innings by the Indians without allowing a home run.
You know, and if you have to give one up, go ahead and make it solos. They've given up mostly solos.
Escobar off balance throw, and it's picked nicely by Loney at first. Escobar suffered that bruised thumb in the series opener.
Good pick on the back end of this. Loney short hops it. That's a little easier hop, that short hop, not that in-between hop. I like that camera angle from up top. We had a couple of nice shots on Friday night from that one. When you see balls coming down the middle of the plate, and gives you a little different perspective.
Now it's Drupal Cabrera. Three for 8 in the series, including a home run. Trying to bunt his way aboard here, but it's going to stay foul. Cabrera hopefully starting to really heat up for the Indians offensively.
Well, heat up and find a little consistency, I think, is what he wants to do. You level off and you get back to a comfort zone where you feel good, and you're seeing the baseball at home plate.
The Rays shifting with 2 strikes, and now shifting once again as Escobar and Longoria will change places on the infield. So the third baseman goes over just to the right of second base, and Escobar stays over at short.
The thing you're seeing more and more in baseball now, the shifts for a lot of different hitters. It's almost like they have shifts for every hitter now, don't they?
But when you're shifting, when you get to 2 strikes, is that more based on what the pitcher's trying to do?
I think so, yeah. The pitcher's just going to stay maybe hard and in and let Cabrera or really soften a way to get him to pull, but he's staying inside with him. Make him use his hands.
He's run the count full. Yan Gomes waits on deck. 1 out here in the second. And a walk second issued by Archer. And a 1-out base runner here in the second for Cleveland.
So he tried to come inside with everything.
Remember, you can tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown on an upcoming telecast. It's all courtesy of AT&T. Yan Gomes will step in here. He has a hit in 12 of the last 16 games, during which time he's scored a half-dozen runs and he's driven in 7. Straighten him up, and it's ball 1.
This is where the right-handers have had a little more success against Archer this year. It's all about command issues. Righties just 173 against him last year, and they're up to over 360 this year.
Now the 1-0. Missed again, and out goes Molina.
Yeah, he's having problems because he's thrown 14 balls and 12 strikes so far. to this point. Well, the last time Molina went out to talk to him, Santana hit a double. And the play ended the first inning where Brantley was thrown out at home plate.
You know, Yan Gomes sitting with a 2-0 count. Cabrera's at first with one gone in the second inning. And a swing and a miss. So he comes back with a good fastball to get ahead 2-1. Foul back. So from 2-0, Archer back to even in the count, getting back to his fastball. NYJER Morgan batting 8th this afternoon, waits on deck. Line drive base hit into right field. Cabrera will go to third. Meyer's throw will be cut off. Indians at the corners with one out here in the second inning.
Well, how do you like that swing? Yan Gomes just shooting the hole between first and second with 2 strikes. Really nice approach there. And Cabrera had to wait for it to let that ball pass. That was a ball a little bit out over the plate. And look at Gomes, just stayed back and just drives it through that hole. Hit it hard. Cabrera gets to third. So now runners at the corners and a chance to come right back.
NYJER Morgan will lead off, or will bat here now with 2 on and 1 out. Morgan has batted .297 for the Indians. One ball, no strikes. Morgan trying to get that run home from third. He has 4 ribbies, as you see there on the year. That's the tying run at third base. Chops it foul, third base side. And the 1-1. Threw it by a good 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Good location.
Look at the location here. That's on our Nissan pitch tracker. That's down, away, and on the corner. That's an excellent pitch there by Archer. That's one you hope to foul off, especially now when you have 2 strikes and that man on third base and less than 2 outs.
Didn't mean to, and it might stay fair.
Wow.
It's on the line, and it will stay fair, and the Indians have tied the game.
Well, how true is that line?
Well, Rick, it looked like Archer wanted to maybe pounce on it and make a play, and somebody called him off, and he might be a little upset because of that.
Well, yes. You know, that's knowing your own field. I mean, when a ball is hit like that, you have to take the chance. You know you weren't going to get him at first base, but here he comes. Here comes Cabrera. He beats the ball in, and I think that's what Archer did. He got caught up wanting to grab the ball to flip it to Molina, but Molina was not near home plate. So that's why he was yelling, go ahead, let it go foul, and there it stays right inside the line, fair. That's a true baseline right there, and that you have to know that on your home field.
So a check swing infield RBI single from Morgan, and the Indians have tied the game. Now Mike AVILES, who delivered the big blow Friday night in the series opener with a 3-run homer. Mike is definitely loving the month of May. He's batting .458 in 7 games so far this month with 4 ribbies and 4 runs scored.
Well, he's really starting to take off, because when Kipnis went out, I think he realized it was an opportunity that he could shine and play every day, and he's getting that opportunity.
Popped up the 2-0 pitch. And the shortstop Escobar, with the infield fly rule in effect, makes the catch, 2 down.
Well, follow every Indians game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. You get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, free MLB TV game of the day, and more. Download the App Store or visit Indians.com today.
So with 2 down, Bourne will bat with 2 on. And he waves at a breaking ball in the dirt. Same pitch, got him again. It's 0-2.
Sliders down and in. He's swinging over the top of. That's how he is attacking Michael Bourn.
And then he locked him up with a fastball away to get him in the first inning. One our score. Indians batting here, top of the second. Bourne drives one to deep right field. It's over the head of Myers. Scoring is Gomes. On his heels is Morgan. He's headed home. No throw. A 2-out, 2-run double for Michael Bourne. And the Indians have a 3-1 lead. It's Bourne's second double of the year. RBIs number 6 and 7. And he got a ball over the middle of the plate and put a great swing on it, driving it just over the outstretched reach of Wil Myers.
Well, take a look at the pitch. That's a fastball that he left middle of the plate. Look at him down. He's hoping that Myers can come up with it. He could not. He'll go back up. And I thought they were going to have another chance at a relay to home plate, but at second base, ZOBRIST just holds the ball. He was looking to third base. So the Indians come out with a big 2-out base hit. They respond with 3 runs here. Boy, got ahead of Michael Bourne, and Bourne battled him to that last pitch, and he hit a good fastball.
Lonnie Chisenhall grounded out his first time up. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Another ground ball towards short. Escobar throws him out to end the inning. But the Tribe comes right back here in the second. A check swing RBI single by Morgan. A 2-out, 2-run double by Bourne. The Indians lead it 3-1.
just want to tell my mom I love her, tell her Happy Mother's Day, as well as my beautiful wife. I just want to tell you I love you and Happy Mother's Day.
Michael Bourne's 2-out, 2-run double as the Indians on top 3-1 here, bottom of the second. Lone run for the Rays came in the first on a 2-out solo homer by Matt Joyce. James Loney will lead things off for the Rays here in inning 2. Loney, 5th in the American League with a .326 batting average.
Like how the Indians responded after Tampa scored that 2-out run. They bounced right back. Boy, put 3 on the board for Tomlin. They scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second in his last start, if you remember, and they gave him the lead early. Told you back in that 3rd inning last start, he came out and had a 7-pitch inning.
Just missing there, 2-1. Pops it up foul, and that will get out of play. Loney will be followed this inning by Will Myers, then Desmond Jennings. This left-handed bat came to the Rays after spending a lot of time with the Dodgers early in his career. He's become a real force for them in the middle of their lineup, but he flies out here for out number 1. With more on what Josh Tomlin has to do to be successful today, let's go downstairs to Katie.
Indians pitching coach Mickey Callaway said Josh Tomlin has to be effective pitching in and away today. Specifically, he wants to see him make the Rays uncomfortable in the box, move their feet a little bit, and expand off the corners when he's able to get ahead.
Well, in turn, that's going to cost him some more pitches, and he's a guy that likes to throw strikes. But yes, if you get ahead, make them uncomfortable, you're going to have to throw some balls off the plate inside.
Well, Rick, the Rays came out with an aggressive approach, aggressive game plan last night against Zach McAllister, and they felt like that was key to their success.
Well, because Zach McAllister is basically a fastball pitcher, you know, and when you go at a team and you can't prove you can throw breaking balls for strikes, that was a pretty good breaking ball. It looked like it was a strike there by Tomlin, but Tomlin has off-speed pitches that he can consistently throw for strikes, where McAllister is inconsistent.
He did go around, says home plate umpire Paul Nauert, and the count 1-2.
Okay, there you see the check or the lack thereof.
Just off the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out here in the second. There's Desmond Jennings. Ryan Rayburn talking with Terry Francona. Rayburn, I think, had the Indians' only hit at one point in the ball game last night against Eric Bedard, who was masterful, the left-hander against Cleveland. To third, Santana with a good stop. Or excuse me, Chisenhall with a good stop. Throws it to Santana for out number 2. Lonnie went far to his left to flag that one down, and then nice spin move to throw him out.
Good play. Very good play. Edging to his left. Gets up quickly. Boy, Tomlin, you know, a guy that pitches to contact, he needs those kind of plays. So Chisenhall makes one. Very good. Out number 2. And defensively, you know, when you're playing behind Josh Tomlin, you are ready at all times because he is around the strike zone on every pitch.
And it's really a different looking defense for the Indians today with Chisenhall at third, Santana at first. Obviously, AVILES filling in for Kipnis at second base, but you've got NYJER Morgan in left.
That's the first start he and Borney have made together.
Yeah. Michael Brantley getting a day to rest his wheels is just
so he
DHing.
Yeah, he's trying to score from first in the first inning. We're going to give your legs a rest. I don't think so. It's a 90-yard sprint, my friend.
The 1-1. One week ago today, Desmond Jennings was putting the finishing touches on a very good week of work. Good enough that it earned him Player of the Week honors in the American League. David Murphy calling for it and makes the catch. And the Rays go 1-2-3. 2 complete. The Indians 3 and the Rays 1.
You know, watch you grow up from a little kid, and you know, I think it's always special. So I'm always happy to say Happy Mother's Day, Carrie Jane, and I love you.
Lots of Indians fans sprinkled throughout the crowd here today, and they have been all weekend long, including our old buddy from Fantasy Camp, Michael Grogan.
Yeah,
up
his
from
wife
Fort Myers.
Yeah, they always come up to see the Tribe here.
Michael Brantley leading off the third for the Tribe. Walked his first time up. Checks on the pitch up high. Out of play. Since Tampa Bay came into the league in 1998, the Indians have had the upper hand in the series, going 76-51. But of late, Tampa has been much better. They've gone 20-11 against the Tribe since 2010. And since 2008, Tampa is 17-8 here at home against Cleveland. They won't see each other for a long time after today, though.
Isn't that the truth? We'll end the season together back in Cleveland. We'll wrap it up. Final 3 games.
Seems kind of odd. You know, you play a team in May and then you don't see them again until the very last 3 games of the season.
It's very weird. Well, you can say you're catching them at the right time because they had 3 of their starters on the DL, and Price didn't start one of the 3 games. So you're hoping to win 2 out of 3 when you come down here.
Michael Brantley continues to sizzle. That's an 11-game hitting streak now as he just flares one into left field. That good opposite field approach. First time up for Carlos Santana. That was a really good at bat. Drove one into the right field corner. Myers, though, hit his cutoff man. And a good throw to the plate. Got Brantley by a whisker. The tag just before his hand touched home plate. And Paul Nauert made a good call. The
yeah, he
tag
did.
Right before Brantley got there. Santana taking a strike.
I was looking at that replay and watching that ball that Santana hit. That fastball that he hit in his last at-bat was down, away, and on the knees. Okay, and he pulled it into the right field corner. Now, you would think, if you pull that pitch, what are you going to do with the other pitches on the 17 inches from that part of the plate in?
You're going to pull them foul.
You're going to, if you hit them hard, you're going to hit them foul. You would think so, because Archer's got a good fastball as anybody in the game. So if he can pull his low outside fastball into the right field corner, then how do you stay back on the breaking balls and changeups? Watch the pitch. It's down and away, and where it goes. See, they wanted it in, but it was on the outer third of the plate. It wasn't actually away on the outside corner, but it was third of the plate away.
After faking the bunt attempt, he pulls Escobar into the cut near third. Rays employing that big shift for Santana.
Archer has made a conscious effort of trying to go inside to a lot of these guys.
Two balls and a strike. That's outside. And the count is 3-1. Archer had a fantastic season last year, third in the Rookie of the Year voting. His teammate Will Myers won the Rookie of the Year honors. Then on April 2nd, Tampa announced an 8-year extension for Chris Archer. 3-1 pitch. Essentially, the Rays bought out all of his arbitration eligible years. But then there are a couple of club options as well. Well, it's a lot of money for Archer, and
it's the way they have to do it down here in Tampa. To keep young players around, if they're willing to do it. You know, if you want to take that chance.
Runner goes on the 3-2 pitch. It's low, ball 4, and Archer once again dropped to his knees. He's quite animated out there on the hill. And out comes Jim Hickey, the pitching coach. All right, our injury report today is brought to you by the attorneys at Elk & Elk. And some late breaking injury news as the Yankees have put CC Sabathia on the DL with inflammation in his right knee. This comes a day after CC gave up 3 home runs against the Brewers. He's got an ERA of 5.28 so far this year, so there's concern there. How about Baltimore? They get Davis back, but Wieters, and he's still down. Brandon Belt of the Giants on the DL, and Ryan Cook down for Oakland. Well, Jim Hickey had some words to try and settle Archer down. Tribe once again threatening here in the third. They've had runners in every inning. They narrowly avoided a run in the first on a terrific play by Tampa. But they're coming right back here in the third, looking to keep the pressure on. The batter, David Murphy, grounded to short his only time up. slowly chopped to second base. Zobrist throws to first to get the out there. Santana's trying to stay in a rundown for Brantley, but he's going to be tagged out. 2 away.
That's okay. I mean, you have to stop. He tried to make contact with Loney, and he just wasn't fast enough. You can't let the second baseman tag you. That's the first job as a base runner. So he stops and he does the right thing, but Zobrist gave it up quick to get the out, and then you get the guy in the rundown. So it was well played by Tampa. But watch Santana right at the end. You see, he thought he was going to decoy Escobar and get him to throw the ball, and he could not make contact. And that's what you try to do as a base runner, but not much. So it's a double play.
So 2 down now is Drupal Cabrera, who walked and scored in the second. Boy, did Chris Archer need that.
Yes, he did.
And David Murphy now on a little bit of a slide, 0 for his last 10. He had been the league's best hitter with runners in scoring position. Still atop the standings in that category coming into today's game, but he's been in a little bit of a slide here, even in those situations. But, you know, you're not going to hit 475 the whole year with runners in scoring position.
No, you go through your cycles. Well, see if Cabrera, who's been hot, can pick him up here and pick up that run from third base after getting the first 2 on.
He walked and scored in the second. Cabrera sends a high drive to right field. Myers says, "I've got it." And he does. So a double play gets Archer out of trouble here in the third. 3-1 Indians. Enjoy a cold one today. To stay tuned later in the game for Miller Lite, brought to you by Miller Time. Yunel Escobar leads off the home half of the third for Tampa. Swings at the first pitch, pops it high in the air, playable for Santana.
Gotta love it.
One away. Our great clip of the game. Josh Tomlin's first start at home against the Minnesota Twins. His first wins in almost 2 years. He was just dynamite.
Yeah, he had it all working. Had a good curveball, changeup. Just the 1 run on 4 hits. That run on a home run, a walk, and 4 punch-outs.
Fastball strike to Jose Molina, who has 5 hits in 41 at-bats. A little bit low, 1-1. To center field, Michael Bourn. 2 down. Our stat of the game brought to you by Buick. And how about the Indians' team earned run average of 2.67? Best in the league belongs to Detroit, but the Indians are right behind them. And Mickey Callaway has to be pleased with the way his guys have been throwing the baseball. I mean, Rick, the Indians' staff leads all of baseball with 332 strikeouts.
Right.
More than 9 per 9 innings.
Well, it is surprising when you see that. But they've really turned it around. Their starting rotation has gone out there and pretty much done their job in terms of starting for the second time of the rotation. McAllister struggled a little bit last night, but you're not going to continue to do it time after time after time and have that many quality starts. But boy, if you want to start winning series, and they've won the last 2, and a chance to win their 3rd here, you got to go out there and keep it, within striking distance.
Well, we talked about it for a while there. Okay, so the Indians' longest win streak of the season before they got on that little roll where they won 4 in a row was 2.
Right.
They couldn't win more than
5
back-to-back
times.
games.
Right.
And that was because the staff just couldn't quite get into that groove. But the rotation is starting to find that groove.
Yes,
and that's how you get in a chance to maybe win 5, 6 in a row.
That's right.
Josh Tomlin's grooving. He's retired 7 straight.
Well, the first of 2 fireworks nights will take place next Friday and Saturday when we return home. The Oakland A's will be in town, and on Friday night, the fireworks will be set to the Best of the Boss, Bruce Springsteen. And then on Saturday, it'll be set to the music of the 80s hair metal bands. Visit Indians.com for your ticket details.
Yan Gomes will lead off the fourth for Cleveland. Gomes singled to right field his first time up. Oh, my, bat broke, pieces flying everywhere. Longoria throws him out. Time for a Mazda game break. We'll go back to the studios and Al Pawlowski. Thanks, Al. Here's NYJER Morgan. Morgan, a check swing infield RBI single his first time up. Now shows bunt takes a called strike.
Key number for Chris Archer is six innings. Because since the start of last year, when he goes 6 innings, the Rays are 15-2. When he doesn't, they're 3-10. Watch, this is what gets the Indians on the board. I mean, it's a check swing. He wanted to get it. He lets it roll foul. It stays fair. Cabrera scored. And then they were able to get a 2-out base hit to add 2 more on in that 3-run second. Sometimes that's all you need is that first one. You know, whether it's a broken bat single just to get that first run home, and it seems to take a little pressure off.
Just a bit outside.
Well, and the best thing about that inning for the Indians, the Rays scored in the bottom of the first, so they came right back and took the lead away, took a little momentum away, and Tomlin has settled it down.
Morgan rips it fouled on the right side into the Tampa bullpen. Well, when he's had a chance to play, he's been very productive. There's no disputing that.
As we said, the first time that he and BOURN are in the lineup at the same time, and they have the RBIs in the game.
Oh, that one got Molina on the foul back.
Oh,
right off the wrist, maybe, huh?
Yeah, the wrist of the forearm, no question. And that was just misguided. That's just a deflection off the bat, so the umpire going to give him a little time to at least says he's ready.
He's taken his fair share of those over the years.
Anybody that puts that equipment on usually does.
Got him to chase. Just the second strikeout for Archer. 2 down here in the fourth. Right now on FoxSportsOhio.com. LeBron James on Johnny Football. Brian Hoyer ready for a quarterback battle and a recap of the Browns draft. It's all on FoxSportsOhio.com. Mike Aviles popped up on the infield his first time up. The Indians were able to start some trouble with 2 outs and nobody on base in the first against Archer. Fouled right back towards us, into the seats. Hit hard to third. Off the glove of Longoria, and it will be a base hit for AVILES.
Well, Longoria saved a double, because if that ball gets by him, it's going to be 2 for Mike as that ball gets down the left field line. So he did a really nice job of he almost had it. See the nice range. He couldn't hold on to it. It falls out of his glove. So AVILES gets a 2-out single. It's already 6 hits now for the Tribe. This guy's about as good as there is over there at third base on a consistent basis. He makes it look very easy. Maybe a little upset with himself that it didn't stick in the glove, only because I'm sure he's made that play a number of times before.
So many times when you dive, you're expecting it to kind of get into the webbing. It looked like that one might have got him right on the palm, and it just kind of rattled. You just never know. Yeah, it didn't stick.
You just never know. You look at that glove and say, what are you doing, pal? You failed me that time. Let's go. But, you know, that's the key. When you're a good defensive player, you expect to make every play. And when you don't, you're upset. I like to see that.
Bourne wraps one toward left field. Joyce on the move. Makes the catch. Oh, a nice play defensively in left field by Matt Joyce to end the inning. And it stays Cleveland 3, Tampa 1.
For the role that you play in mothering our kids. You're the best, and thank you both.
Ben Zobrist to lead off for Tampa. Josh Tomlin paints the outside corner. Zobrist struck out his first time up. Tried to throw that big curveball, but it hung up. That's driven deep down the right field line, and that's a fair ball into the corner. Dug out by Murphy. And that's the first career hit for Ben Zobrist against Josh Tomlin. He had been 0 for 11 against the Indians right-hander. But he's led off the fourth here with an extra base knock.
That's a double. It's his 7th. And there's a fastball up out over the plate, or maybe a changeup up out over the plate that he's able to turn on. It just catches that lip down there, and it didn't kick out to Murphy. So it'll be a double for Zobrist. Both the hits now for Tampa have been extra base hits, and Joyce had the solo home run with 2 outs in the first.
he's not going to have a home run, but it's another hit, and it's going to bring home ZOBRIST, and the Indians' lead is now 3-2. Joyce is 2 for 2. And the Rays aggressive here, second time through against Tomlin, jumping on him.
Well, you will see a lot of teams, because he throws so many strikes, they will get after it early. But there's one middle of the plate. Again, you can see Gomes' glove has to come back to the middle. And as it's tracking over there, he goes out and hooks it down in there. So 2 swings of the bats, and Tampa, they are within 1 here.
Now Evan Longoria, who grounded out his only time up in the first.
Don't think he really wants to lay one down here.
Took a little something off there, and the count 1-1. You know, when I talked to Josh the other day, thought it was interesting. Coming back from the Tommy John surgery, he said, you know, before I had the surgery, there were certain pitches I just could not throw because of either the pain or just the inability to locate it. And, you know, whether it was a pitch that, let's say when you're facing a guy like Longoria, you've got to throw one down and away and at the knees. Well, for a right-handed pitcher, that you have to get a lot of extension out there. And he said that was a pitch I just couldn't throw.
Yeah, but your elbow would not permit it. Yeah, try getting them out when you can't throw a pitch that you have to get them out. Bad feeling, I'm sure.
But now he feels really confident in at least having the pain-free ability to throw those pitches. Now, whether or not the sharpness, the command is exactly where he wants it just yet,
that'll take time.
Yeah.
You know, when you miss that much time and you come through rehab and you rebuild the strength of that arm, I think the last thing that comes is that command and everything. You want to get there because of the time missed.
Slowly chopped Tomlin off the mound. Plants throws hard to first, and Santana had to come off the bag.
Yeah, he pulled him off with the throw. He had time. I don't know if that turf or anything messed him up. But a play, he fields his position beautifully. He holds runners well, but the throw here is a little wide, and it pulls Santana off the base. Let's check his footwork. There it is. That's fine. He just stepped in it.
Might have thrown him a cutter.
Well, he comes off the base, and that, I don't know if the footwork for Santana was right there either. His right foot sitting out. I don't know. That looks a little strange as he's limping, even though the throw was off. It's an error now for Tomlin.
James Loney, fly to left, his only time up. First time Tomlin's been in trouble today. With a run in and 2 on, nobody out. Double play ball short-circuited a potential Indians rally in the third. Tomlin could sure use one here. Loney tough in RBI situations. .375 average with runners in scoring position this year. Down and in, he missed 2 and 1.
Well, Tomlin can use what Archer got earlier in the game, a double play ball. But just 2 ground ball outs for Tomlin on the afternoon to this point.
To first, Santana goes to second. There's one. The return throw in time. A double play. Santana knocked it down, but he recovered quickly and made a good throw to Cabrera. And then Josh Tomlin very smartly, as is always the case with him, over there to cover the bag at first.
Well, that's exactly what he needed to do, because he's going to get over there. He's the guy that allowed the guy to get to first base with the error. He is way over there in plenty of time to get the return throw. And that's a tough double play to turn, the 3-6-1 double play, but he's off and busting it right from the outset. Good play by Tomlin, helps his own cause. Now a chance to get out of it. It was a nice recovery for Santana.
Will Myers scorched one to third base his first time up, but Chisenhall took a hit away from him with a nice defensive play. Myers 1 for 8 in the series, is 1 hit, a double. Got a piece of that, fouled back 0-2. Matt Joyce, he drove in a run here in the 4th and homered in the 1st, responsible for both Tampa runs in the ballgame. He's at 3rd with 2 down. Up and in, he straightened him up with that
That's
fastball.
the pitch you're talking about right there. When you get ahead, make them uncomfortable in the box. And there it is, an 0-2 pitch. You can see where Gomes slides in. It's not much in, but it's right where it should be, up under the hands. That's a good pitch. That's what Callaway was talking about right there. Nice. Well done.
Chisenhall fires it over, and Santana hangs on the bag long enough to get him. Joe Maddon's going to come out. He's not so sure. The ruling on the field is that the inning is over and the Indians lead it 3-2, but we'll see if Maddon wishes to challenge based on what his video replay people tell him.
Watch it. He'll make that U-turn and look into his dugout. Well, let's see. Here comes the throw across, and it is in the glove before he puts the foot down. He's out. Good call. He's looking into his dugout, and he's saying, okay, just kidding. I just wanted to come say hello.
Just want to make sure. Inning over. Indians still lead it 3-2. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by the all-new Sunnyside Chevrolet in Elyria. Sunny will save you money. By Levin Furniture. And by Kia. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. (3-2), the Indians lead it. Top of the fifth, it will feature Lonnie Chisenhall, Michael Brantley, and Carlos Santana. Chisenhall 0 for 2 today. Tries to pull one this time, but a ground ball to second. And he's quickly erased for out number 1. In-game recap brought to you by your Toyota dealers. Matt Joyce with a solo homer in the first to give Tampa the lead. The Indians come back, a check swing, infield RBI single for NYJER Morgan. And then Michael Bourn with 2 outs drives in 2 to give the Indians a 3-1 lead. Tampa has since come back to add another run on an RBI single by Matt Joyce to cut the Tribe's lead to 3-2. Now Michael Brantley walked in the first. He singled in the third, extending his hitting streak to 11 games. And he grounds one right at the second baseman, ZOBRIST. 2 quick outs.
Well, it'll be Sugardale Dollar Dog Night on Friday. The Indians will take the Oakland A's on in a 3-game series. Come on out. It'll be Dollar Dogs all night long. Visit Indians.com.
Well, Chris Archer's needed 3 pitches to get 2 outs here in the 5th inning. Carlos Santana doubled in the first. He walked in the third. A wicked cut, but fouled back on the fastball. One ball and 1 strike. Upstairs. Once again, Santana is in a good hitter's count and 1 pitch away from potentially getting aboard. The Indians have not gone in order yet here today. Fouled right back. What was that stat you gave before with the Tampa with Archer on the mound? 6 innings when he goes 6 innings?
6 innings. 15 and what is it? 15 and 2 since last season when he goes 6 or more. 3 and 10 when he doesn't.
Well, he's going to pitch into the 6th unless something dramatic unfolds here with 2 outs in the 5th. Santana will await a 3-2 pitch. And the breaking ball is hit by the first baseman. ZOBRIST from the outfield throws. It's low, and Santana's safe. And Archer appears to be okay. It was an awkward convergence as the ball, Santana and Archer all got there at about the same time.
That I would think has to be a base hit because with ZOBRIST going over, you see LONEY go down. I think the ball hit Santana. as he's going to the line, here comes Archer and Santana arriving at the same time.
Man. Hit him right on the left knee.
Look at he's stretching for it. Yeah, that gets Santana, but he doesn't care. That'll be a base hit. He's trying to stretch for it. You see, you don't get there in time, and that throws just a hair low. Just a tough play. The way he was going one way, the pitcher's coming another, and here comes the base runner. It's just mass confusion over there at first base, but it'll be a hit.
And the Indians continue the inning. That is the third time in 5 innings where Archer's had the first 2 outs, but unable to get out of the inning. 1, 2, 3. It was a walk in the first, and infield hit off the glove of Longoria in the 4th, and now the hit here in the 5th by Santana. Murphy looks outside, 2-0.
Watch this play on our Wendy slow motion camera. The ball gets under the glove of Archer. The ball comes up and it gets Santana, of course, right in the left knee. But he doesn't mind that because his foot's on first base and it goes as a base hit.
Outside again, 3-0, and Asdrubal Cabrera waiting on deck. Just did shave the strike zone. And it's ball 4.
4 walks now for Archer. Yeah, season high is 5. Yeah, that was in that start against Boston you were talking about. So you know that base hit or that play that extends the inning is going to force him to throw more pitches. Hickey's going to come out and have a talk and bring in his whole infield, and they can do a little bit of damage here if they can get a 2-out base hit to the young man.
Well, as they talk it over, remember you can join Jimmy Hanlon inside the golf zone tonight. He'll bring you all the highlights from the TPC Championship at Sawgrass. Take your calls and give you great tips to help your game. The golf zone tees off tonight at 8 on Sports Time Ohio. Chris Archer, a 25-year-old right-hander from Clayton, North Carolina. Born and raised there, still makes his home there in the offseason. He's very visible and very active in his hometown community in the offseason. Now facing Asdrubal Cabrera with 2 on and 2 out. Cabrera walked and scored his first time up, and then in the 3rd, he hit a ball to fairly deep right field, and just judging by his reaction going down the line, he just missed it. He put a pretty good swing on it, but didn't quite barrel it up, and it didn't get out of here. And a swing and a miss. It's 0-2. So after walking Murphy, Archer comes back with 2 quick strikes to Cabrera, trying to get out of further trouble here in the 5th.
Remember, he had an 0-2 count on BOURN. Before BOURN, he had the 2-run double back in the 2nd inning on slider, and then tried to throw the fastball by him, and he missed middle of the plate, and out comes Molina again.
Well, this will already be the 90th pitch of the game for Archer here in inning number 5. Just missed outside, and Cabrera stays alive.
There's that fastball, the show fastball, well off the plate for a ball.
Now he goes inside and misses. With a fastball, it's 2-2.
Well, the first time Cabrera, when he walked, that's what he did. He had him down in the count and then missed with 3 straight pitches inside. That's not a bad pitch. That's a pretty darn good pitch right there with 2 strikes.
Goes away, slowly chopped. Archer's there, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, 2 men left. Middle of the 5th, 3-2 Cleveland. At the Trop, Indians lead the Rays 3-2. And it will be the bottom third of the Tampa Bay lineup to face Josh Tomlin. Desmond Jennings, Yunel Escobar, and Jose Molina. Tomlin gave up a solo homer in the first and an RBI single to Matt Joyce in the 4th. Jennings fly to right, his only time up. Good breaking ball in for a strike. And he comes back with a low fastball. 0-2. Mentioned earlier in the game, Jennings a week ago today was finishing up a week in which he would earn Player of the Week honors. He hit safely in all 7 games that week, going 11 for 31, 6 extra base hits, and 8 runs scored. Good eye, lays off 2-2. I think most people thought Desmond Jennings would just step right in and be the leadoff hitter. But he's only batted leadoff 3 times this year, and that was against left-handed pitchers.
Yeah, that's a spot not made for everybody.
And not just because you have good speed does it make you a good leadoff man.
Right.
Second strikeout for Tomlin.
Swings and misses don't help. On base percentage certainly does, but there's one that looked like a breaking ball hanger that he got away with. It was up out of the zone. He was able to get Jennings to chase it. I don't know if that pitch before set it up, Matt, that big slow hook underneath, that went below the strike zone that he did a good job taking. And then he swings that one up and out of the strike zone. So Tomlin gets his second strikeout.
Yunel Escobar. He didn't waste any time his first time up and fouled out to first base. He's got to have some of the thickest batting gloves I've ever seen. Then again, he's got a bruised thumb.
Yeah, that could be. Those may be winter gloves where he shovels snow with.
That's what it looks like. How big those things are.
Well, that's padded, probably because he's been hit on the back of the hand before, and that's like a padding. Definitely protection.
The 2-1. Popped him up back out of play.
Snowmobile gloves in Tampa. Go figure.
(3-2). The Indians lead it here, bottom of the fifth. Tomlin about to make his 70th pitch of the day. 44 of his 69 have been 4 strikes. There's that breaking ball again, and Chisenhall comes in from his spot at third base to make the play and throw him out 2 away.
Well, fans, come on out and watch the fireworks on Saturday night. Oakland A's will be in town. The fireworks will be set to the music of the 80s hair metal bands. We'll have one Friday night. The hair metal bands will be on Saturday. And yes, it's all beginning again. The weather's going to be warmer, we hope. The fireworks will brighten the sky at the end of the night.
Jose Molina hit a line drive his first time up, but it was at the center fielder Michael Bourne for an out in the 3rd inning. Outside 2-0. Tomlin fires one in there to run the count to 2-1. Jose Molina, 38 years old, 15-year veteran. And he's got a base hit to left field. Morgan cuts it off on the warning track, and that'll hold Molina to a very long single. But it will extend the inning with 2 outs here in the 5th.
Well, Molina, one guy that has had good numbers against Josh Tomlin in his career. He was 4 for 7 coming into this game, and he is now 1 for 2. So he continued to hit the ball hard his first time up and flew out to center field. And yeah, Santana's whistling and saying, I'm going to play behind him because he can't run. It'll give you a little break here with DeJesus, the left-handed hitter, up.
DeJesus with a 6-game hitting streak, 0 for 2 today. Takes a strike. because they're not holding him. Molina was.
Go ahead. Go try and run.
Thinking about.
Even though they're playing behind him, I don't think he can make it.
He's looking down there going, that's a long way to second base. He's probably saying, is it still 90 feet?
Yeah. He's running like it's about 180. He's running hard. He just never gets there.
Good pitch in there. 1-2 the count on DeJesus. To the screen. Didn't mean to, but it's fouled off of his bat. Count stays 1-2 as Tomlin reaches 80 pitches tonight. 52 out of 80 for strikes. Had him reaching for it, but he did get a piece of it to stay alive.
Boy, that's the one thing. He's made some really good pitches today, and Rays hitters have been able to just foul him off to stay alive. You'd like to see this is a great pitch. Breaking ball out of the zone. You want to see him just put it in play, but no. You know, the good hitters, and right now, DeJesus is going very well. They foul him off, they stay alive, and they hope to get a better pitch on their next swing. That was a good pitch.
Line to center field. Bourne will play it on a bounce. Molina stops at second.
Yeah, just credit to Jesus with a very good at-bat right there.
And a 7-game hitting streak.
Yeah, and he ended up getting a fastball, which it wasn't that breaking ball that he was able to foul off, and he gets it down and away, and he lines it the other way. So tip your cap. A good job by David DeJesus there. So with 2 outs, back-to-back singles. And now you got ZOBRIST coming to the plate.
Mickey Callaway's going to go out and talk with Josh Tomlin. We saw Terry Francona on the horn down to the bullpen. So they'll get Mark Zipchinski up as Callaway goes out to talk with Tomlin. On the Phantom Cam, another look at that base hit by DeJesus.
Yeah, he fouled that pitch off to get that one right there, and he did a good job with it. So they're stalling for time. I don't know if Zipchinski, see if they can get him ready for Joyce, the left-hander that's on deck or not. But if they do, they better stall a little bit longer because he just got up. He's thrown about 3 pitches.
So Callaway back to the dugout. And the Rays have 2 on with 2 out here in the 5th inning. The crowd reacting to a video they were playing of Mr. T doing a Mother's Day tribute song back from, had to be from the 80s.
Looked like Murph singing.
They wanted to see the end of it.
Oh, gosh, that's beautiful. One pitch.
Get him out of the inning. So Tomlin retires the side here in the 5th, and we'll head to inning number 6. Cleveland 3, Tampa 2. TNT fan photo of the game. Remember, you can tweet us your photos by using the hashtag SDOFanPhoto. It's all courtesy of AT&T. Well, hopefully those Tribe glasses have a W in their sights. The Indians lead it 3-2. Here in the 6th inning, bottom third of the Tribe order due up. Action in the Tampa bullpen. Chris Archer will start this inning, over 90 pitches in the game. So far, all 3 runs for the Indians came in the 2nd inning. They have left at least 1 man on base in all 5 innings today, including, of the 6 they've left on total, 4 in scoring position. So they have 3, they have the lead. They very easily could have more. Had a man thrown out at the plate on a terrific relay throw. And while they did get a 2-out, 2-run double from Michael Bourn, they've had some other 2-out opportunities that they have not been able to cash in on. And now Gomes, who singled and scored in the 2nd, takes a strike. Back out of play. Gomes, last time up, he grounded out to 3rd and he broke his bat. And Katie was telling us the other day he has broken an inordinate number of bats this year.
I think right now it's around 17.
Doesn't matter what color they are, or what brand they are, or what make they are. He's cracking them all. Even the pink bats.
You're right. That time, that last one he exploded, got way deep inside.
Katie, didn't you ask Jan about that, about the broken bats, and he told you what, it was just a matter of he wasn't hitting the ball very well?
I did. I asked him how many, and it was upwards of 17. You're right, Rick, so far. But I said, what's the difference this year? Are they pitching you a little bit different? He said, no, it's probably the balls that I'm choosing to swing at, to be honest. But he mentioned he got so low at one point that he literally just would go in the back and grab a random bat, and at the time, Matt, it was really working out for him.
Sometimes that you know, can be the best thing for you. Just So you stop thinking about it, right, Rick?
Yeah, I mean, you don't care about breaking them. You know when you're running low, you go, gosh, I only got 2 left. I better save mine. Let me go break somebody else's. And then for whatever reason, it may feel different or it may feel good.
But I thought it was interesting, too. He said to her, I don't think it's the bat.
He's right.
It's the pitches that I'm swinging at. So essentially, he's maybe chasing at times.
You're either swinging in off the plate or off away from the plate, hitting it off the end of the bat. Yeah, you're swinging at bad pitches is what it boils down to. When you're in a groove and you're hitting it, a bat will last you for a while when you're swinging good because you'll hit it on the barrel most of the time. And those things explode when you hit them off the end and when you hit them off the handle. And he gets jammed a lot because teams are starting to pitch him in. He's a good low ball hitter. So what do? They elevate the ball. Once you get a hitter looking inside on the plate, then all of a sudden, when you get to 2 strikes, you go away with a breaker ball. He has a tendency, he's looking in, he's got to wait till he goes away. You hit a lot off the end of the bat, and he'll start breaking a lot of bats. And I don't know, he doesn't have a cupped end, at least on this bat. Some hitters use the cupped end, and when you hit it off there, they really will explode.
Ran the fastball upstairs, and Jan with a good eye to lay off, full count. This next pitch, as you see on your screen there, will be number 100. And the 3-2 is hit deep down the line. And it is gone to Souvenir City. Yan Gomes with home run number 5. A terrific at bat to start this 6th inning. He fouled off a number of pitches, worked the count full, and drives one out of here to give the Indians now a 4-2 advantage.
Well, Gomes hits his 5th, and he kept his hands back enough. I'll tell you what, that didn't hit off the end of the bat. That went right off the barrel where you want to see it. And you know, Molina wanted it away. It stayed inside, and it was right into the barrel, right into the wheelhouse of Gomes. As I said, a good low ball hitter, and he golfs this one into the seats. Makes it a 4-2 game. Archer's done. They chase him before he gets 6 innings. That's a good sign for the Indians.
Well, the Tribe leads at 4-2, and the Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen has been made. Let's see who they're bringing in here. Oh, it's Brad Boxberger who will get the call first for the Rays. He'll be on when we come back. Who had some good and some bad here today. He leaves charged with 4 runs on 8 hits, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts in 5 innings, plus 1 batter here in the 6th. New pitcher is Brad Boxberger, the right-hander. On for the 8th time this year. No wins or losses and an ERA of 0.96. He gave up his first run in the series opener on a solo homer by Asdrubal Cabrera. And it's crazy how baseball can be sometimes. Not only had he not given up a run, but in his appearance prior to Friday, he came into a bases loaded, nobody out jam, struck out the side on 9 pitches. As Morgan tries to bunt his way aboard, and Longoria, they're calling him out at first. It was a close play. Morgan went in with that very risky head-first dive at the bag, and out comes Terry Francona. They might want to take another look. It was close.
Well, let's take a look and see. I mean, he was getting down the line. I still don't know why they dived, but they do, and he goes head first, and let's see. Here comes the throw. Here goes the hand. He's safe.
Not even close.
Yeah, they're gonna look at that, and I bet they overturn it. He took a nice tumble over the base. He calls him out, but from that view right there, he was safe. So they're gonna take a look at it.
Yeah, I think this is definitely
Greg's
worth
gonna be
a challenge.
Absolutely, no question about it. The leadoff hitter, well, after the home run, he'll be on first base. If you got to take a look at that one, Tito. He will.
And so, you know, you go back, Rick, to the first inning. And while that was a very close play in the first inning where Michael Brantley was called out at home, it was good that they didn't challenge, because if you challenge there and you lose, he would not have an opportunity to challenge this play.
Good point. You're right. You wouldn't have an opportunity. And now this one, from the first look we had, we saw he was safe. He had the hand on the bag, and the ball was not in the glove yet. So it is under review. I'm sure it will not take long, at least from the looks that we had. And it will be overturned.
They're showing it on the scoreboard to the fans here at St. Pete. And I think they're going to realize that, this one will be reversed. And they're already done.
Sure. I mean, it's a no-brainer. He's safe. That's overturned. Way to go. Hustle. And well done. Good challenge.
Morgan was involved in another Indians overturned call this year. Remember, he was called out at first on a pickoff play.
Yes.
And he never left the bag. They went back and looked, and sure enough, he was safe.
You know, he goes in there head first, and, you know, he's safe this time. But watch look at, he jumped over that base, man, landed on his chest.
Yeah, that couldn't have felt real good.
That can't feel good. I don't care how you look at it. But it's a single for NYJER, so he's on first, and you re-rack it. Nobody out.
Mike AVILES is swinging a miss. Mike lined a single off the glove of Evan Longoria. If not for a great defensive effort by Longoria, it would have been a sure double.
He just jumps and spins. That's not really a step over. It was. That is a balk. There you go.
Oh, finally got the call.
You know what? I thought the first one could have been a balk. The home plate umpire saw his front knee bend. And you know what? I was going to say something, but I thought maybe I was crazy. It's tough. I'm a little ways away.
Well, we know you're crazy. Don't worry about that.
That's true. But, man, thank you, ump. I thought so. Watch the front leg. Just see the bend, and now he's going to first base. I'm a little farther away. I'm getting old, man. I didn't know my eyes treated me well, but that is a balk.
Yep. Good second look by our crew here in St. Pete. Morgan in scoring position. AVILES wanted to bunt. The ball went behind him, and now Morgan can walk to third. Holy mackerel. And again, when you're squaring around the bunt and the pitch is behind you, that's even more scary, I think.
Well, yes, it is. But the one thing is you'll have two eyes on it. You see, both of his eyes are on that pitch, and you're going, whoa. Yeah, there's only one way to turn. That is a scary situation right there. That's what you say. Tell you to do it. There's a squeeze play, and you know he's coming. Look at NYJER.
Well, the Rays have to bring the infield in now with nobody out.
You got a balk, a wild pitch.
And this all started
on
an overturned call.
Right, on the overturn. So look at how important was that call.
Could be very big if the Indians can get this run home from third and Aviles takes a strike. It's 2-2. Well, we've already seen in this series Michael Bourn a leadoff triple in the series opener, and he did not get home. Good rip at a fastball, but he fouled it straight back. High pop, foul ground, and nobody's going to get to it. Morgan at third base. The 2-2 to Aviles. Another foul back. Again the 2-2, and Aviles drives one into center field. Jennings is there. He'll make the catch, but tagging at third and coming home to score is NYJER Morgan. Aviles executing for the Tribe, his 10th RBI on the year, and a 5-2 Indians lead.
Well, good at bat by Mike Aviles. The bottom part of the lineup doing their job today. Gomes scored both runs, hit a home run, and Morgan scored a pair. Aviles just drove one in.
Let's go check in with Katie once again. And Katie, Mike Aviles getting more playing time, and it has paid off for the Indians.
Well, it's those consistent at-bats every day against a pitcher that Mike Aviles said has made all the difference for him. Right now, he said the ball's just falling in place, and Terry Francona has always been very high on Mike Aviles, and he said, the best part about this guy, he understands his job and he relishes it.
And that's what we talk about when a guy doesn't play all the time. When he comes up, he's going to be a little more aggressive because he doesn't know the strike zone. When you get everyday at-bats, your eye gets a little better, you can be a little more patient, and you can wait on it. That was a very good at-bat he just had there to get that run home, and they manufactured a run.
1-2 pitch. Bourn tied up. And Boxberger gets the strikeout, 2 down. Time for a Mazda game break. Let's go back to the studios and Al Pawlowski. All right, Al, here in St. Pete, the Indians with a 5-2 lead as Lonnie Chisenhall takes a strike. He's 0 for 3 this afternoon.
Well, and that's another thing you like to see. You get Archer out before 6, and you score more than 2 on the road. 11 of their 17 road games this year, they have scored 3 or less, and they're 2-9. So that's how you turn it around. You get a little more offense out there.
Chisenhall out looking. So Boxberger heats it up, but not until the damage was done. Yan Gomes goes deep, and the Indians play small ball to get another one on the board. 5-2 Cleveland. Take a look from our Panini's overstuffed cam. Nice Mother's Day crowd on hand here. A lot of those seats in the very upper regions of the upper tank are tarped off. Matt Joyce leading off. He's had a good day. Homered in the first. An RBI single in the fourth.
Nice pitch.
2-0 the count.
Matt Joyce now 6 for 11 in his career with 2 homers off of Josh Tomlin.
Last night he had 2 sacrifice flies. He leads the league in that category. He has 7 sac flies on the year, so very good at executing. Indians have Scott Atchison warming in the bullpen. Oh, Joyce way out in front.
Changeup came back in a fastball count, pulls a string on him. Nice pitch.
And the payoff pitch. Get on the ground to second base. Backhanded by AVILES. 1 down. We'll wrap up the NFL draft on a special edition of the Browns Red Zone with Jim Donovan and Tony Grossi tomorrow night at 8 on Sports Time Ohio. Find out what the guys think about Johnny Manziel coming to Cleveland. Evan Longoria 0 for 2. Not anymore. He strokes a single into center field. Interesting, Rick. And I don't even know what this means. Other than, you know, Evan Longoria is a good player. He's one of the better players in the game, if not one of the top third basemen in baseball. He's hit .284 against the American League East this year, .268 against everybody else. So maybe it's familiarity, or maybe he ratchets things up a little bit when it's divisional play.
Well, maybe you know how pitchers are going to pitch you a little more, I think. You know, you have a little better idea how they're going to try and get you out, and you're ready for it. Like we just talked about. Now, we won't see Tampa till the end of the year. Last 3 games of the season in Cleveland. So by the time you face him again, you'll forget everything that you did.
He might not see the same pitchers again.
May not see the same pitchers, but even if you do, I mean, you're going to have to really file that back in your memory bank to go 4 months before you see him again.
James Loney 0 for 2 today. One on one to count. Trying to shoot for that outside corner. He missed again. 2-1. So there is Atchison, who's already warmed and ready to go. Loney hit into a double play his last time up. If Josh gets another 2-for-1 ball here, he'll get out of the inning. But it's low, and now the count's 3-1. Will Myers, who's grounded out twice today, waits on deck. Toward left field. Morgan got a good jump on it. Makes the catch. He hangs on for out number 2. Boy, he got a terrific read on that ball, Rick, right off the bat.
Yeah, he did, and it was a snow cone. But when you're on a dead run like that, you watch that ball just come right out toward the tip of the glove. And that ball was smoked, and it's going to tail away from him as he's running. But he holds on, makes the play. That's out number 2. There it is. That was close. He has fun playing the game, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Will Myers has grounded out twice to the third baseman, Lonnie Chisenhall, today. One ball, one strike to count for Myers. Longoria, the runner at first base with 2 down on the 1-1. You know, I love players who are intense. I love guys who are great competitors. But I still remember when I was a kid, one of my favorite players was Willie Stargell because I saw him smile.
Yeah.
And had fun playing the game. Yeah, he was a great player. But he wasn't all tied up in knots when he played the game.
Yeah.
He showed his personality.
Yes, he did. And I know you'll remember when one time he was going into second base and he slid and came up about a foot or 2 short from second base, and he knew he was out, called timeout before they tagged him. Huh?
That was
you remember that
great.
one?
Yeah, I do.
That was beautiful. I mean, what can you do but laugh?
Plus, back in the old This Week in Baseball, there was a pitch that they threw it behind him, and it hit his bat, and it was a foul ball. And just the look on his face, he's looking at his bat, he's looking at the umpire, looking over his shoulder. You know, like, how did that just happen? But he had some fun with it, and people, I think, kind of understood at the end of it. You know what it is? It's still just a game. Yeah, these are high-paid athletes, and there's a lot of pressure involved, and everybody's trying to win, but
you can still have fun doing it, and should.
Tomlin's right at 100 pitches on the day. Quite possibly his final batter right here, Will Myers. Desmond Jennings waiting on deck.
Well, he's waiting because it looks like Tomlin and Gomes are having a tough time getting together on what he wants to throw. Josh is looking for something different.
The 3-2 out of play. It's not a sure thing that Terry Francona would make the move if Myers reaches here. But based on where he's at and the point in the game, this could be his last hitter.
I would think so. Yeah, 5-2 ball game, I would certainly think so.
And the 3-2. Grounded towards short. Cabrera on the short hop, picks it clean, throws, and got him.
Doesn't matter now.
Josh Tomlin takes care of business here in the 6th. 6 innings of work, and the Indians lead it 5-2. Sports family, Tom Yohe, in recent years a director for Fox Sports and Fox Sports Networks, passed away this week in Santa Monica. He won a National Sports Emmy for Fox Sports coverage of the 2008 Fiesta Bowl, and we would like to extend our deepest sympathies to his family. Tom Yohe was just 46. Seventh inning, and the Indians hold a 5-2 lead over Tampa. Michael Brantley will lead it off. Brad Boxberger, who finished the sixth inning, will stay on to pitch the seventh. Swing and a miss. Boxberger came to Tampa from San Diego. It's one of those trades that took place in January. It also netted Tampa Bay Logan Forsythe, who we've seen in the series, and a couple of other players. Tampa sent left-handed pitcher Alex Torres and right-hander Jesse Hahn to San Diego. Brantley strikes out. That's 3 in a row retired by Boxberger via the strikeout, and we'll go back to the studios for another Mazda game break. All right, thanks, Al. Breaking ball down and in. As I mentioned, Boxberger came to Tampa via the Padres in a trade. But there are connections that suggest Boxberger could have been a Tampa Bay Ray long before this trade. In 1975, Brad's father, Rod Boxberger, was a baseball player himself, and on the summer team that he played for, the Boulder, Colorado Collegians, his teammate was Joe Madden.
Oh, yeah?
Brad's father was a right-handed pitcher who played at the University of Southern Cal and was a draft pick of the Houston Astros back in 1978. Played 5 seasons in the Astros, Yankees, and Angels systems. But how about that? I mean, that's got to be weird for Joe Madden. Here's a guy that you were teammates with back in college. Now his son is pitching for you in the big leagues.
Well, that's how this game works. It goes by in a hurry. Next thing you know, the kids are around.
Full count.
Wonder if Brad ever went to any games that his dad played in there in '75. No, was born.
Yeah, he was born in 1988. Santana with another walk, his second of the day. So 2 walks and 2 hits for Carlos Santana here this afternoon.
Well, guarantee the most popular 2014 Indians promotional items with new promo pass. By purchasing a promo pass ticket, fans will receive promo items no matter what they are. Arrive at the ballpark or what time you get there. Visit Indians.com.
Up comes David Murphy, 0 for 2 with a walk. Takes a strike. Tampa bullpen about to get some action. Time called as Molina wants to go through the signs again. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brandon Gomes up now for Tampa. A little bit low. 2 balls and a strike. So Boxberger, who was humming along there, struck out 3 in a row. Walked Santana. Now he's behind 2-1 to Murphy, and out comes the pitching coach, Jim Hickey.
Just want to make sure that his bullpen guy gets ready. Boxberger with 31 pitches already.
Well, pretty good indicator that this will be the last batter Boxberger faces then. And we'll see if Murphy can chase him with a hit.
There's the skipper on the phone to make sure. Let him know everything he's got planned.
He almost went after it, but I think he held up, and the umpires agree. 3-1. Santana's at first with 1 out, and the 3-1 pitch to Murphy. Santana takes off. Murphy pops it foul, and it's out of play.
Well, you started him 3-1, 1 out, start him again. Figure Murphy's going to put the ball in play. A 5-2 game. He can afford to be a little more aggressive and hope Murphy could find a hole.
Fouled right back. Again, the runner goes, and it's ball 4.
The walk.
2 on, no 1 out. And Asdrubal Cabrera will be the batter, and Joe Maddon's going to go back to his bullpen. He's going to call on the right-hander Brandon Gomes to come in here with 2 aboard and 1 gone in the 7th, and the Indians leading it by a score of 5-2. 5-2, the Indians lead it. Here in the 7th inning, they've got a chance to add to the lead with 2 on and 1 out. As Dribble Cabrera will be the batter. Brandon Gomes is coming on for the 18th time this year. Tampa Bay has had some problems with their bullpen, some inconsistencies, and bullpen has already allowed 1 run here in the game.
You know what happens? It's like every other team. When your starter doesn't give you 6 innings solid, you got to use that bullpen, and that's what happens. Gomes, for the first time in his career, has allowed homers in consecutive appearances. It was a 3-run homer to Mike Aviles on Friday night. And then he did it the game before that he appeared in. Gave up a 2-run homer to Jonathan Schoop, Baltimore. So the Indians a chance to open this one up a little bit here.
Cabrera 0 for 2, but he walked and scored back in the 2nd inning. He has been in a good groove of late. At one point, Cabrera had 9 hits in 10 at-bats. That's outside. 2-1. Good off-speed pitch. That's some good movement, and a 2-2 count now. Popped him straight up. And the shortstop Escobar, with the infield fly rule in effect, makes the catch for out number 2. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Let's go back to Yan Gomes' last at bat in the 6th inning, Rick.
Well, when you look at the sequence, a little breaking ball, strike 1, and now he's down in the count 0-2. He misses with a slider, 2 of them. Evens the count. He fouled off a tough breaking ball. Another good ball down in the zone. 3-2 count. That breaking ball, they wanted it away. He left it middle of the plate. He kept his hands back and hits the home run. So a really good at bat for Yan Gomes.
Two hits on the day for Gomes.
This has been the part of the lineup that has done a lot of the damage. 7, 8, 9. Gomes and Morgan have scored 4 of the 5 runs.
And they've got 3 of the 5 RBIs. Gomes has 1, Morgan has 1, Aviles has 1. Soft liner to short. It's short hopped by Escobar, and the flip for the inning-ending force out. 7th inning stretch here in St. Pete. The Indians 5, the Rays 2. And the stretch time is brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard. Buying a
Mother's Day is always a special day because, you know, you only get one mother in the world.
She was always involved. She was always there growing up.
She was there for me my whole life. Definitely had a lot of sacrifices.
My mother was all that I needed.
Helped me get through school, helped me through the hard times and everything else.
I'm always happy to say Happy Mother's Day, Carrie Jane. And
I just want to tell you I love you.
Thank you so much for the role that you play.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Thanks for taking me to all those baseball games, and thanks for all your love and support.
Our Here Right Audiology sounds of the game from the Tribe Clubhouse to their moms. Hopefully some of those moms are out there watching the ball game today. Indians with a 5-2 lead, and as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, Scott Atchison will be the new Indians pitcher. He'll take over for Josh Tomlin, who went 6 innings, allowing 2 runs on 6 hits, did not walk a batter, and struck out 2. Atchison has the bottom third. Desmond Jennings, Yunel Escobar, and Jose Molina due in the 7th. Swing and a foul tip. Mark Zepchinski up, getting loose behind Atchison in the pen. Straighten him up with a fastball, and the count is 2-1. The Indians are going to take some time and let John Axford get straightened out before hopefully putting him back into the closer's role. But for now, Terry Francona said we're going to rotate it around among a number of different people. Scott Atchison, who's in now, he could save some games if needed. Terry Francona said Cody Allen obviously is a guy that can do that for us, but he's also very valuable in that 8th inning role. Mark Zepchinski could be a guy they turn to. Brian Shaw.
It ends up turning up to matchups is what it is, because that 8th inning sometimes is your save inning, you know, and Shaw's been so good there. You're best off if Axford would close the game. So hopefully they can get him straightened out and get him back to that spot. But in the meantime, whoever gets out there for the last 3 outs, man, that's the important part of it.
Atchison strikes out Jennings, 1 down here in the 7th inning. Good off-speed pitch, Rick, to get him.
Yeah, nice slider. Atchison down, away. He gets him to swing over the top and chase it. Very good pitch.
Brings up Yunel Escobar, who's 0 for 2. Just served it toward right field. It's going to drop.
Well, he got a breaking ball, and he didn't do much with it, did he? He just waited for that ball, hit it off the end of the bat, and went the other way with it. So hit it where it's pitched, gets the base hit, 1 out single. For the Rays now, they have 7 hits.
And Jose Molina, the batter, 1 for 2. Singled in the 5th.
You have to think that Zepchinski is out there ready for DeJesus, the guy on deck, the left-hander.
I'll say this for Jose Molina. I don't know how many times he's batted this year with guys on base, but he's only grounded into 1 double play.
Well, he's a guy, he catches about once every 3 games. You know, he goes back out there. He had a couple of good swings so far today. They start the runner. That's why.
Ground ball snared by Santana, and he'll get the out at first, and that's a big play right there.
Yes, it is. You know, that's one reason why Madden knows you hit the ball on the ground. It's going to be a double play if it's at somebody, but Santana makes a very good play. But they started the runner to stay out of the double play, but Santana on the backhand, come up. You're only going to get the 1 out. And Francona's going to go to the mound, and he's going to bring his left-hander in. So
Scott Atchison comes on, gets 2 outs here in the 7th inning. but he will leave with a runner in scoring position, and the Tribe leading at 5-2. David DeJesus will be pinch hit here. Will be pinch hit for here in the 7th inning as the Indians go to the left-hander Mark Zebczynski. Joe Madden will go to his bench and Logan Forsythe. That's the nice thing for Terry Francona, having a left-hander who's not simply a left-handed matchup specialist. Sure, he's very effective against lefties, but Zebczynski has the ability to get right-handers out equally as well.
Well, if you have a lefty that can just get left-handers out, and that's all he's on for, and he doesn't do his job, that makes it for a long game and a long year. Just the matchup, guys. It's nice when you have guys to get everybody out. That's the difference in the game now, the specialization, where, you know, you come on, here's Atchison comes on for 2/3 of an inning, walks, leaves with the guy on base.
Well, Rick, it started, once upon a time, and I don't remember who the first guy was, but I think back initially, I think of a guy like Paul Ossenmacher. Not saying he was the first, but you get a guy like that, and everybody sees in the playoffs, he wipes out Mo Vaughn, he wipes out the big left-handed batsman. Everybody says, we've got to get a left-handed specialist. We've got to get a guy like that. And it's like follow the leader, so everybody's looking for that kind of guy, when the reality is there maybe aren't a lot of them out there.
Right.
You might be better off with a right-handed pitcher who can just plain get people out.
Both people out, right. But you see a lot of left-handers all the time that have been able to hang around this game and play with a number of different teams.
And again, I think that's what makes Zebczynski valuable, is that he is not simply a matchup guy.
Yeah, but when the Indians got him and acquired him, he was down in the minor leagues. I mean, he had a great run with St. Louis in the playoffs that one year, and the next thing you know, he's in the minor leagues, and the Indians got him before the trade deadline last year. He did a great job. Came back to form.
Trying to get the final out of the 7th inning with the Indians in front 5-2. Escobar in scoring position with 2 away. Just a hair off the outside corner and a full count.
Going to wrap a breaking ball around the plate. Pretty good pitch. Doesn't get the call.
That time he rings him up. The inning is over. It looked like the same pitch. I'll give it to you once, but not twice, says home plate umpire Paul Nauert. Produced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Stay tuned after the ball game for Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. We're going to the 8th inning, and with the Indians in front 5-2, it will be Nyjer Morgan, Mike Aviles, and Michael Bourn due up. Morgan, 2 hits, 2 runs scored here today.
He had the overturned call at first base on a bunt play, but he was able to beat out going head first. He ended up coming around to score.
He swings and drives one to deep right field. Myers back. He's out of room. It's out of here. Nyjer Morgan says, so long. His first home run of the year, a towering shot to right field. Makes it a 6-2 Indians lead.
I want to see this act coming into the dugout now. He had a good trot, and it's 3 straight games now that Gomes has allowed a home run that he has appeared in. And Morgan gets him as the leadoff man. And boy, that bottom part of the lineup has had some kind of afternoon.
He came back from Japan, just wanted an opportunity to play in the big leagues again. The Indians said, come to spring training, we'll see what happens. He has been terrific for this ball club. Ground ball to short. Escobar will throw him out, one away.
Well, there it is, the big swing. He knew it as soon as it left the bat. I mean, you may not hit many, but when you hit a ball, you know if you hit it good enough to get out of here. And you can tell right on that follow through, he had enough of it. As he's going to start trotting and get into that home run trot.
Ground ball to second base. And Michael Bourn is out number 2. Look, I know Michael Bourn is the center fielder on this club. And Nyjer Morgan is a similar player in that, you know, he's a guy who relies on his legs mostly. You're not going to see him hit a lot of home runs. But, boy, it would be nice to see the Indians figure out a way to be able to keep both of them. Because, as you said, Ricky, he adds energy. He can be your extra outfielder at times. And
well, Brantley's DHing today. This is the first time that Bourn and Morgan have played in the same game together. Morgan's having a nice day. Bourne drove in the Indians' second and third run. You know, it's worked out today.
It's one of those things, though, I understand when it comes to manipulating the roster. There are only so many spots. And Terry Francona likes to have that extra guy in the bullpen.
Well, yeah, like I said, you got Brantley DHing today, and Swisher's the guy that gets the day off. You know, when you score 6 runs and you're out on the road, you may have to think about it again.
Fouled back. This is an Indians club that had lost 7 straight road games coming into the series, but now on the verge of winning 2 of 3 here in St. Pete. Place where they have not played well of late. Swung out and missed by Chisenhall. And now Lonnie rips one deep down the right field line off the top of the fence. He's headed for second base, and he'll go in standing with a double. Boy, he almost sent one out of here, a screaming line drive. It's 322 feet right down the line here. And he nearly cleared the wall.
Lonnie, yeah, he went down to get this ball. He likes the pitch down as well. Look at it, started to creep over as the backhand comes in by Molina, and he drops the barrel head of that bat and lined it off the wall. So for Chisenhall, he will hit his 8th double. That comes with 2 outs, and it'll give Brantley an opportunity to drive home another run.
Michael 1 for 3 today. His single came back in the 3rd inning. You know, that base hit Michael had in the 3rd inning was a opposite field shot. Saw Michael's dad, Mickey, here, who's in to see the series and watch his son play, and he said, you know, he's just always had that natural inside out, opposite field, up the middle approach. And it's what keeps him, I think, Rick, from going into prolonged slumps whenever he does have a dry spell.
You rarely see Michael out front on pitches. You know, you wait back, he sees it very well, he uses the whole field, and that keeps you on the baseball. And when you're that way, you know, his foundation is so steady. You know, he rarely gets out front.
He's got somewhere to fall back on when things, if he feels like, you know, I'm getting a little out of whack, he knows where to go back to.
Yes.
To ground zero.
Yeah, he does. He's got a really nice left-handed swing, and he's a good 2-strike hitter, and he has a good eye at the plate.
2-2 pitch.
And he's very patient and quiet with his body. There's not a lot of movement there. That's why there's less room for error. You know, that's why it's easy to go back. He doesn't have a lot of things moving where he's got to be in rhythm, and he doesn't have a high leg kick. He's got no stride. He's a lot of hands. He uses his hands a lot. Look at that. Look how quiet it is. Just one tap of that bat off his shoulder, and let's get it. Let's go ahead and swing. I mean, you watch that one. Watch it. Okay, there it is. You see no stride. That foot is down. The hands are coming through the zone. But while he's getting ready, he's got that. The bat will touch his back shoulder one time and get it off the shoulder, and that's his point, starting point where that bat will come up. Here it comes. He'll come set. Bam, up. Now he's ready.
Pulls it foul.
This is a good slot for him. Number 3 slot in this lineup with Kipnis out. Guys get on in front of him. He'll have a chance for more ribbies, too.
In the 2-2. Pop back out of play.
And he makes you work to get him out.
You know, it's an interesting point you bring up, though, about Michael's approach and how quiet he is at the plate. Very little movement. I think back over the years to all the Julio Franco had the bat cocked way over his head and whipping it around. And there have been countless other guys who have a lot of movement, high leg kicks and whatnot. And, hey, some guys can make it work, but it seems like this would be the blueprint.
It's a little easier because, yeah, you're not going to go into prolonged slumps there. And then when you get older, you can maintain this swing. He's falling off some excellent pitches and making it look easy doing it. The more movement you have, you've got to be mechanically sound. And when you get a little bit older, those hands aren't as quick. Let's say you say Julio Franco, where you get those hands over the head, where you got to move them here to here. That's so much tougher to hit like that. And nowadays you're facing so many different pitchers throughout the course of the game. Keep it simple.
Rip foul.
I'll tell you what, you better just go ahead and walk Brantley. That's number 11 pitches in this at bat now?
Or 10.
This will be the 11th.
Yeah. He's fouled off 7 straight pitches. Brandon Gomes looks in, ready with a 2-2. And a full count. I like the idea. If I'm Molina, I'm saying, look, he's fouled everything. Let's try to get him to chase once.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. He has such a good look now after fouling 7 straight pitches off. He knows both sides of the plate in and out. You miss by 3 or 4 inches, he knows.
Now the 3-2. I think he got away with one there. Brantley had a pretty good look at it and gave it a good rip, but fouled it back.
Changeup. Something he left up in the zone. There it is. He was right on it. This is turning into the Michael Brantley show here.
Wow, what an at bat.
Yeah, it really is a fun one to watch.
This will be the 13th pitch of the at bat. And he pops him up. Shallow right. Myers a long run in. He makes the catch to end the inning. Pretty good battle. But the Indians add to their lead on the Nyjer Morgan home run. 6-2 Tribe. 8th inning here in St. Pete. Mark Zipchinski, who got the final out of the 7th inning, will stay on to work the 8th. He's got the switch hitting Ben Zobrist and a left-handed hitting Matt Joyce. And then Evan Longoria, right-handed bat after that. A little bit low. Down in the dirt. Zipchinski unhappy with himself as the count goes to 3-0. Bullseye. Cody Allen begins to loosen for Cleveland in the bullpen. Well, he walks the leadoff man. Zobrist aboard. NYJER Morgan today had a check swing, infield RBI single.
Well, you know it's got to be your day when that happens to you. And then he really hustles here to beat it out. They had a review.
It was overturned. He was safe, and that would be a big play in the game. Had a nice running catch on that line drive, and then drives one out of here to section 146. So he has had an impact-type day. Matt Joyce has homered, has an RBI single and grounded out his last time up. Looks at a strike. Swung on and missed. He chased one in the dirt. Zipchinski gets the strikeout. One down here in the 8th. Zipchinski's second strikeout.
Yes, indeed. You get ahead of that hitter, he's going to chase it. He does right here. First out in the inning. Zipchinski's second strikeout.
Swing and a miss by Evan Longoria. Longoria base hit his last time up. 4 hits in the series. Line drive base hit into right center field. Murphy cuts it off. On his way to third is Zobrist. And so Tampa trying to mount an 8th inning rally here with runners at the corners and only one away.
Well, it was a good swing by Longoria. He pulled off that first breaking ball, but this is a fastball low middle of the plate that he just drills the other way. You can see that inside out stroke. Takes him that way, so you got one more lefty here that Zipchinski's going to face. Maybe before Terry goes out to his bullpen. Remember, the Indians with an off day tomorrow in Toronto.
Pitch down low to James Loney, who is 0 for 3 today.
Get into a double play back in the 4th inning. Tomlin was able to get him to do that. I'd like to see one more here.
Right back to him. Zipchinski goes to second, threw it away. Cabrera tried to save it with his bare hand, but he couldn't do it. And so everybody's safe.
They had the double play.
Now the Rays get a run in.
They had the double play ball. It's right back to Zipchinski. Of course, it's got to be an error on the throw. Cabrera did a beautiful job. Look at it, barehanded. Just set up, give him one good feed. Don't get the second until you get the first. And just a bad feed. So both errors today are going to be made by the pitcher. And that's going to be it for Zipchinski. He's going to bring in Cody Allen.
So 2 on, only 1 out. And Cody Allen is coming on now for Cleveland. Zipchinski was off the mark. He was trying to get the feeling back in that bare hand, and he looks like he's okay to stay in there. Meanwhile, Cody Allen coming on. He'll be facing the tying run at the plate now in Will Myers, who is 0 for 3 today.
Yeah, so this could possibly be a 5-out save for Allen. He's got his work cut out for him.
Upstairs, almost to the backstop.
Really got under that breaking ball. Trying to go with that curveball. It gets away from him.
Pretty good looking pitch, but called a ball, and it's 2-0. They appealed, he did not go. Inside, he missed. 3-0. The knees, he gets the called strike. Mark Zipchinski left with 2 on and 1 out, could have been out of the inning if not for an errant throw. Myers base hit right field. Longoria will be waved home. Murphy's throw not nearly in time. And it's a 6-4 ball game.
You get the count in your favor, 3-1, and Myers was not going to do too much. He didn't try to pull it. He's a big right-hander, and he just stayed on it. He knows he's going to get a fastball in that count. Not going to take the chance because he couldn't throw the curveball. He didn't get one over. He hits the fastball to right field, takes the base hit. They were aggressive. They were going to run on Murphy's arm. The run scores. It's a 6-4 ball game. So now the tying runs are on base.
Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, the Indians had a 6-2 lead when the inning began, but the leadoff man was walked. And then after a strikeout and a base hit, Mark Zipchinski had a comebacker that looked like it would end the inning, but his throw was off the mark. And now Cody Allen has come on and given up an RBI single. Desmond Jennings 0 for 3 today with a couple of strikeouts. Takes a strike. Close, but a little bit wide of the mark, and Jennings able to lay off. Bounced in front of the plate, and Gomes did a nice job to block it.
Yeah, there's a ball out in front of home plate that Gomes really does a nice job to keep it in front, because those are the tying runs out there on base. If they move up, then it would only take a single. So a good block.
Three balls and a strike.
Right now, Allen having a tough time with the command. 9 total pitches, 6 of them have been out of the strike zone.
Rip foul and a full count. James Loney, the runner at first base. Will Myers, or is at second base? Will Myers is at first. 3-2 pitch. Hit him. Bases loaded. Boy, Cody Allen is all over the place here in this inning. And it's only the second batter that he's faced. But now they're loaded up with only one out. And Yunel Escobar is going to be coming up.
Well, he's a scheduled hitter. You're right. This one, 3-2 pitch, looked like it got him right on the wrist. They want it down and away. Look how far he missed his target. That gets him on the left wrist. That bottom hand. And that didn't feel good.
Now the Rays have no left-handed bats on their bench, so it's going to be Escobar as they check the hand and the wrist of Desmond Jennings.
Watch this ball come right on the wrist. There's Phantom Cam. There it is. Ouch. Couldn't get out of the way, and there's no meat. Nothing but bones right there. That hurt. But boy, the bags are full.
Jennings going to try. He's going to stay in the ball game. And Brian Shaw is getting loose now for Cleveland. Yunel Escobar singled his last time up. Right back to the screen. He had a wicked cut. Escobar with 2 hits in the series. Upstairs with it. Escobar came in batting .244 on the year, but since April the 11th, so we're talking about 1 month exactly, he's batted .280. He's been a much better stick in the lineup for the Rays in the last month. Good pitch, outside corner at the knees, 95 miles an hour.
Yeah, this is one that there's a good pitch. He hasn't made many of them in this inning, but that one right there, he needs to make one more to Escobar. That ball down and away. He's got no curveball today. He's tried a number of them. He's getting underneath it. I don't know if he's overthrowing it, but he's underneath it. It's cutting. And, you know, when you get into a situation like this as a hitter, he has not proven to them that he can throw his breaking ball, so they have to be sitting dead red and looking for that fastball. If he comes out and throws that curveball for a strike 3, you're dead.
You're paralyzed.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you're
move.
dead if he throws it for a strike, but he hasn't done it yet. So it's nothing but fastballs here for Cody Allen. And if you're a hitter, if you're a Tampa hitter, you're sitting watching, you got to be looking just for that.
Well, here's the 2-2. And a fastball. Whew, just missed outside by an inch, maybe.
Did you see that umpire's head shake? He said, just a little away. Watch his head. He thinks that's off the plate. The other's head shake, and now you're down to a full count. Oh, boy, it's interesting now.
With 1 out, bases loaded. Indians leading 6-4. The 3-2 pitch in the air right field. Murphy is there. He'll make the catch. Tagging at third is Loney. He'll come home and score. And it's a 1-run game now. It's 6-5. So 3 runs here in the 8th for Tampa.
Zipchinski still looks like he's talking to himself about that play. He can't believe it, what happened. But this is an inning you're going to have to really work hard to get through. Hannigan's coming in the on-deck circle. He's going to pinch hit for Molina. We're going to go out and have a little scouting report talk here as Callaway will go to the mound. Looks like Shaw's ready in the Indians bullpen. 17 pitches already for Cody Allen. 10 balls, 7 strikes.
Well, with 2 on and 1 out, this should have ended the inning. Right back to him. Even Loney, look at, he dropped his head. He knew it was over. But the throw was off the mark. And to Cabrera's credit, he tried to barehand it.
Yeah, that's the second error of the day for the Tribe, and that one really costly.
Well, now there's runners at the corners and 2 down for Ryan Hannigan. Hannigan this year as a pinch hitter is 0 for 1. Cody Allen, normally very sharp with his command, has been up out of the strike zone a lot. He's thrown out of his 18 pitches only 7 strikes.
I'd be surprised if Jennings is not running here in this situation. I don't think they're going to throw through here regardless. But Cody Allen is wild today. He doesn't have his command, that's for sure. And it showed early.
Hannigan taking all the way there. It looked like in for a strike, 2-1. Tried to dig one out, and it's fouled off. It's the only thing you could really do with that pitch. Ryan Hannigan, a .262 career hitter in the big leagues before this year. Last year had a tough season in Cincinnati, batted just .198. Swung out and missed. Allen strikes him out to end the inning. But Tampa Bay with 3 in the 8th has cut it to a 1-run lead as we go to the 9th. Pregame box score brought to you by your Hyundai dealers. 7 out of the 9 Indian starters with at least one hit in the ball game. Got the home run ball working again today. They put 6 on the board, but now it's suddenly a white knuckler. 1-run ball game as we go to the 9th, and Carlos Santana will lead it off against Joel Peralta. Peralta pitched in the series opener, and he allowed 3 runs on 2 hits in 1/3 of an inning.
Yeah, it took the loss in that game.
And a breaking ball misses for ball 1 to Carlos Santana. Peralta's already given up 4 home runs in 14 innings on the year, and the tie-breaking homer he gave up to Michael Brantley Friday night is what tipped the scales in Cleveland's favor. They would go on to score 5 runs in that inning. And that was a leadoff homer by Brantley that got it started. Santana, a double, a single, and 2 walks on the day. Took a fastball right there, 1-2 the count. Ground ball. Diving stop by Longoria, throws him out. Now, I don't know that Yunel Escobar could not have made that play, but I just find it interesting that with 2 strikes, they flip-flop Escobar and Longoria. So normally that would be the shortstop Escobar over there, but with 2 strikes, Longoria went over there and he makes the diving stop.
Well, it was a nice play.
David Murphy, the batter now. 0 for 2, has walked his last 2 trips. Now it's 3-0. And Murphy's on the verge of walking for the 3rd straight time.
2-1.
Well, they're going to say it's a 2-1 count.
You could hear him from there. He's yelling at you. He must have heard you say 3-0.
Scoreboard got 3-0. Umpire correctly telling them it's 2-1. Liner to left field, and a diving catch made by Joyce.
Well, he got a pretty good break on the ball and just continue to run in. He's going to dive as he comes in, and look at that dirt come out of that turf. The rubber makes a catch, saves Peralta. That's out number 2.
As Drupal Cabrera trying to bunt his way aboard. Gets it down, and he will reach with 2 down here in the 9th.
Well, there is the shift for him, and you know, they figured 2 out. There's no way he's going to try and lay down a bunt there, but he does. Ball gets past Longoria. It'll go as an infield single. It'll bring Gomes up.
Yan Gomes takes a strike. Cabrera aboard at first with 2 down in the 9th. And Yan Gomes with a 1-1 count. And Peralta's pitch is outside.
Being very careful here to Yan Gomes.
Well, Gomes has a good opposite field stroke. We saw it back in the 2nd inning, but they vacated the right side of their infield. Saved the first baseman, Loney, who's holding Cabrera.
Well, he's making sure, though, when he gets that breaking ball and they're calling for the slow breaking ball, it's away. Because he hit the slider for a home run that Archer made a mistake. It was middle in.
High pop, foul, and just out of play down the right side.
There was the breaking ball in there that Gomes just said, see you later. That was the leadoff home run in the 6th inning.
Runner goes, and a smash to short. Escobar throws him out. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. See if the Indians can hang on. They lead at 6-5. That's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It's coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. This baby's coming right down to the wire here in St. Pete. Brian Shaw will try to close it out for the Indians.
Coming out for the 20th time. 3 walks in a 17 2/3 inning, 17 strikeouts. And you can see in his career, Forsythe 0-2. Zobrist 0-1. Joyce has never faced him. So a chance to save this one for Brian Shaw.
Logan Forsythe struck out his only time up. He came on as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning. Two right-handed bats left on the bench for Joe Maddon. Just missed inside with it. 1-1. Grounded wide at third. Backhanded by Cabrera. Long throw. Got him. Oh, baby, what a play by Asdrubal Cabrera. From deep in the hole, he backhanded it. Spinning in the air with the off-balance throw. He got just enough on it. Now Joe Maddon's going to come out. He might want to challenge it. We'll see.
Yeah, I bet he does.
But
I mean,
the
they got
call was
nothing to
out
lose.
at first.
But let's look at the replay here. Cabrera didn't know if he caught it cleanly, but he gets rid of it in a hurry. And he's out. That looked like it was fine. It goes into Santana's glove. There's the high view. I really like that shot there.
Man.
Really like that. Yeah, he's going to challenge it. Why not?
Nothing to lose.
No, absolutely not. 9th inning. You can get your leadoff man aboard. You might as well go ahead and check it out. But it looked like, from our replays, he looked out.
At the very least, there's not enough there to overturn it.
Well, they are going to the headset. The Rays are challenging. So this play is under review. A beautiful play by Cabrera. In the meantime, he did a nice job. And it looks like that ball is in the glove, and that foot is not quite yet on the base.
And the call is confirmed
right
there.
Look how quick they turned that over. That's it is confirmed. So that's out number 1. Beautiful play by Cabrera.
So 1 out now. Ben Zobrist will be the batter. Zobrist 1 hit in the ball game today. It was a double back in the 4th. His first career hit against Josh Tomlin. Up until that point, he had been 0 for 11 against the Tribe right-hander. He went 6 innings today and is in line for the win if Shaw can close it out here in the 9th. Low ball 1. Nice pitch. Brought it back over the plate.
See how far he starts that pitch off the plate. My goodness. You talk about being over in the right-handed batter's box. That thing came in a lot.
inside. Didn't have enough distance anyway. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hit hard to second base. Mike Avila scoops it up. 2 down. Keys to the game brought to you by Akron Children's Hospital. You know, the Indians did a nice job against Archer. They made him throw a lot of pitches. He didn't have a 1-2-3 inning, even though he had 2 outs and nobody on base a number of times in the ball game. But they did a very good job against him, and Josh Tomlin was Josh Tomlin once again. He pitched a 6 complete. Gave up 1 solo homer. Another nice job. 2 down. Joyce sends one high in the air to right. Murphy has room. He's got it. And the Indians win the game. They take the series. Bryant Shaw gets his 2nd save of the year in a 1-2-3 9th inning. Josh Tomlin gets the win. He goes to 2-0. The loss will go to Chris Archer, who is 2-2. With the win, the Indians are now 18-20.